Should be live now. There we go. Okay. Hey, Tyler. What's going on, bud? Fernando, I think California gun laws are terrible. NB, hello. Oh, squiggly lines. I guess whatever. Hi, welcome to my Saturday afternoon stream. I have a lot of chores today, and I don't want to let you guys down. So. So I'm gonna put up an ASMR stream, kind of like we did last night, but for the best gun laws, like for in terms of gun ownership, Fernando, Idaho was voted by several organizations. Idaho was voted the least restrictive gun laws, so it failed a bunch of anti-gun organizations' tests. Here in Utah, we have, I think we were like, instead of 50th, I think we were like 42nd. There are some things that you can do here in Utah that you can't in Idaho when it comes to gun laws. So I, for one, really like the gun laws here in Utah. North Carolina is pretty solid, Tyler. It's more the cities in North Carolina. There's certain cities that have weird laws. SIG. The best SIG is probably the P365 or some variant of the 365 or the P226. Those are the only SIG pistols that I'm familiar with that I would recommend. But I don't recommend SIG very often. Yun, yes. I have an AR-10 and an AR-15 and an AR-9 and an AK. I have several tools of the trade. So, my AR-10, however, is not chambered in 308. Mine is chambered in 6.5 Creedmoor. I like Glocks, so I have Glock clones. I don't have original Glocks, but I have upgraded parts. So like this one, this is like my Glock 17. This is like a 43X. So, I like Glocks. And then I carry a Glock 19 style pistol. So, John, I'm going to go ahead and give you Jesus powers again, just so you know. Oh, cool. Oh, I've told people about the Glock 30. The Glock 30 is that's the ultra compact 45. Correct? It's like 7 rounds of 45, but it's like this big. It's tiny. It's a little bit baby.
Universal Epic Universe featuring the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, Ministry of Magic, and
Yeah.
Super Nintendo World. Now open.
1911s are cool. 1911s are cool.
On sale now at universalorlando.com.
So, my brother has a couple of 1911s. John, welcome to the chat, man. Yeah, I tell people that if you really like, so my take is I'm about volume. When I say volume, like if you're going to conceal carry, I think having 15 rounds, 17 rounds, 19 rounds, if you can get that into a really compact package, I recommend 9mm. If you want to go as small as 380, that's about as small as I'd go for EDC. Smith & Wesson makes really good compact handguns. The M&P9, the 2.0s, the shields, they're good. So what I tell people is like that's just how I like to think. I mean, I'll sometimes carry my Glock 17 with a 19-round mag. Usually not on my body. I usually carry it off body if I do that. But if you're going to carry like a super, super compact, like people are like, oh yeah, I'm into like the LC9 where they get like 5 rounds of 9mm. It's like, if you're going to carry something that small, why not carry like a Glock 30 or a Glock 41? Something that is really, really small, but at least then you've got 45, and so you've got just massive power behind what you're shooting. Shadow Systems is I don't own any Shadow Systems. Shadow Systems is originally what I want to. I mean, right now, what have I got? I'll show you what I've got on me right now. So I've got 17, 34, plus 21, 55. So 55 plus another 17. So close. I'm at 72. Carrying 72 rounds on me right now. I know a lot about CMMG. I think CMMG builds some really cool firearms. I really like their radial delay bolt system. I think that for the AR platform, if you're not going to have, especially for like pistol caliber carbines and even rifle caliber carbines, if you're going to go with a compact system, I think having some kind of roller delay or radial delay, I think that's a key. I think that's a key thing for accuracy and also just like time on target and the actual recoil. So yeah, 400 rounds of 7.62 39. We got a rich dude in our chat today, man. Yeah, between Tyler for 1911, you're looking probably at 5 to 7, unless you go up to a 2011 with a double stack. Honestly, that's part of the reason I don't own a 1911. I think they're really cool, and part of the reason I don't own a revolver yet is because I want to carry more than 5 to 7 rounds. That's just me. So it's not that it's too small of a mag, Tyler. It's just that's just what it is, because 45 is huge. So hollow points are definitely the most effective at neutralizing your target. So I use the word neutralize when it comes to self-defense or home defense or things like that. Hollow points are the tried and true, test and measure. They flower. They do what they do. They create a good wound cavity. They neutralize the target really well. There is an argument to be made about different types of rounds in different types of environments. If you're out and about, if you're in the home, it's worth looking into. Hey, Brighton, it's worth looking into different styles of ammo. I carry a round that's a copper round that's frangible. I don't have one. I have one in my pistol, but not that I can show you right away. But it's from a company called Novex, and it's designed to move. It's extremely lightweight, and it's designed to move extremely fast for 9mm. It's almost 2,000 feet per second at the muzzle, and it's designed that way so that when it hits soft tissue, it creates a good wound cavity. It neutralizes the target. But it's also designed so that if it hits a hard object like bone or wood or sheetrock, it shatters. There's a couple of other companies that make ammo that's like that. Other companies that make ammo that is just very well designed for not over penetration, but exactly what it needs. So it's kind of a tough call because there's like the reverse hollow point that use fluid dynamics to create the wound cavity. That's what my rounds are. But there's also, I really like the Novex rounds. I've shot those at like hams and turkeys, like tested on, because I don't have enough money to go buy ballistic gel. Ballistic gel isn't quite the 1-to-1 for soft tissue, but a ham or a turkey or a chicken, it works really well. That is awesome, Yun. I love taking my kids to the range. We don't go as often as we should, as has been pointed out to me on my channel by several individuals. I appreciate that clairvoyance when people tell me that. Awesome, Fernando. We love that, dude. There's a whole bunch of people on here that have a lot of really great experience. Go check out Fox 6. Go check out The Prepared Father, Yukon, Everything Yukon. Some really great resources, really good guys. We're all kind of buddies, and we talk and we promote each other. So go check those guys out. They're really knowledgeable. I'm as it says, I'm below average Utah dad. I like guns, and I've been shooting for like 36 years, so I have quite a bit of experience and knowledge when it comes to guns. I don't shoot as often as I need to, but I'm also in the military, and I know a lot about Second Amendment law, especially here in Utah. And I try to keep tabs on all 50 states. Yeah, I can. Actually, if you go to Air Force Reserves, yeah, Air Force Reserves. If you go to my splash page, Fernando, if you click on Below Average Utah Dad below the name of the stream, if you right click and say open a new tab, you can actually go to links and see all of the channels that I recommend. Some of those guys are in there. Go check that out. Oh, awesome. Where are you at, Yun? If you don't mind my asking, you don't have to dox yourself, bud. Depends on the SIG, Tyler. Depends on the SIG, buddy. Are you at the Big B gun or Young Games? Are you at the Big B? My brother and my sister, or my sister and my brother-in-law just came from Fort Campbell. Oh, you're a Stewart. Okay. So I have a buddy that's there on the East Coast. I can't remember what base he's at. He's a dentist. He's a dentist for SOCOM, actually. I don't have a Glock 26 Gen 4. I have a Glock clone in 17, 19, and 43X, Aiden. Yeah, my brother-in-law, he's an infantry captain, and he's teaching at West Point right now. He's a cool guy. He's a fun guy. I really like him. He's my buddy. Here's the 43X clone. It's a Dagger Micro. And here's the 17 clone. It's a full-size dagger. And I can't show you the other one because it is currently somewhere really near me. And you're not allowed to move guns on YouTube. Yes, he was one of the Rakusan. He was in the chain of command with the Rakusans for a while. Good. You're probably correct, Aiden. You're probably correct. You had a Gucci Glock locking block shear off on you? I'm doing well, Odd. So, man, I have chores that I need to do, but we have like 60 people in the chat watching. Which, by the way, if everybody, we have 60 people watching. If everybody would do me a huge favor and hit the like button, and as the title suggests, no, Miria, we can't do that. That's against the rules. Plus, I'm in my armory in my house, and that would be bad. Yeah, that does suck if it wasn't your gun. I hope whoever owns it takes a look at it and sends it back and goes, yeah, why did this happen? But for everybody that's new to the chat, as the title of the chat says, Revolver Fun. I don't own a revolver. And we were talking about why I don't own a revolver. Everybody wants me to get a revolver. And because I love you guys and because you help support the channel and this channel exists for you guys, really. If we hit our goal, thanks, Jan. If we hit our goal, you guys help fund the revolver. You guys do super chats and all those things. Hey, greetings, Michael. Welcome to the channel, man. If you guys do that, then the chat gets to vote on what revolver I buy. I know what revolver I want if I get one, but I'm not going to get the one I want. I'm going to get the one that the chat picks. So it doesn't matter what kind of revolver it is. That's the one that I'll buy. And because I've had several people say like 444 or 500 or 460. I would like to get the 357 Chiappa. I'd like to get the 357 Chiappa, but that's like an $1,100 gun. Dude, that sucks, FSA. That sucks. Yeah, the Magnum 560 has been brought up. Does High Point make a revolver? Yeah, I couldn't remember what the Chiappa was, so. But I know it's a lot more than like just a Ruger 357 that can do 9mm, or they can do 357 and 38. I know there's some that are out there. I don't know how much they cost, but I know there's some that are out there that I think can do 357, 9mm, and 38. Not necessarily opposed to that either. I wouldn't be opposed to a High Point revolver if they made one. People hate High Points. They dog on High Points, but High Points work. Pull, clicky click, go bang, swoosh. So, Real Canadian, I do not. I have one in some of my videos because my younger brother owns a Jungle Carbine 303. And so I use it sometimes in my videos, but I don't own one. So I hear you, Tyler. Again, I think those are great ideas. I don't own any. Well, I take that back. I own a 1903 Springfield, and it is in Idaho right now. and it's chambered in 30-06. Yeah. That's pretty cool, Tyler. Yep. So, yeah, it would be really sweet to get something like that, but I think it'd be more fun to hit that goal and then just let all of you guys vote on it. I own an AR-15 and an AR-10. An M4A1 would be a fully auto AR or military full auto military rifle, which are not legal to own. Machine guns are legal to own if they're pre-1986, but M4s were built after 1986. So unless you have specific permission and transferable and it's modified because you're an armor and have an FFL, you can't own one. No, you're good. You're good, Canada. I know. I'm sure that they're, with the news and everything that's out there, people think that that we just own machine guns left and right and run around in the streets and there's tons of Middle Eastern shootouts and mayhem, but that's not how it is. It's against YouTube's policy, Odd. That's why. Well, Aiden, I could, but what do you like? What can you afford? And when I say afford, I also mean what can you afford to shoot? So I'm a pretty practical person. I support people wanting to purchase firearms, but I also want them to be get the guns that make sense for them. If buying a high point or buying a shotgun or buying a Taurus, if you don't really have a budget, are you going to conceal it? Is it for your house? Is it for hunting? What are you going to use it for? That opens more doors. Hey, look, guys. YouTube flagged my 22 push-ups a day veteran suicide awareness video again. Again. I don't. I own a Marlin Model 60 22, but this is a Remington Model 120. I think muzzleloading is cool. I think it's cool that you can still hunt. You can do muzzleloader hunt. So I think for people that hunt, especially in states that allow muzzleload hunting, I think that's probably the best use case for it. But outside of that, it is a dying art, and that's really what it's coming down to. My favorite gun in the world is a bullpup. Sorry, I've got something in my eye. Because you're tired of Glocks. Are you tired of all Glock and Glock style pistols? If you're tired of Glocks and you want to get something different that isn't a Glock, I don't know, maybe check out SAR. Maybe you can check out Canik. Walther, I would say Walther or Walther, HK, SAR. I like Taurus. I think Taurus actually builds pretty good guns. People dog on Taurus, but I think Taurus builds pretty good guns. No, so my favorite gun of all time is the P90, and the P90 is a bullpup. It's a small, compact sub gun. You want that 50 cal from Brandon Herrera that he had in his channel. Yeah, Walther PDP is good. You can own single fire, the equivalent of an LMG, as long as it's semi-automatic, Canadian. Oh, if you want, so if you're talking about a rifle, dude, just start inexpensive. I am a firm believer in being practical about a rifle. When it comes to the AR platform, you can get really good ARs for not a lot of money. No, I don't own an MG42. Candace, I agree. Sharing is caring. CZ's good. 33 matching. CZ's really good. Nomad, hey dude, what is your recommendation for hunt varmints? What varmints? Are you hunting at night? And how far away are you hunting from? Yeah, I would say I would probably go Walther or HK. John, I'm with you. Is this gay? I mean, probably a little bit. Jupiter. I'm in the military, so I assume I've got a little bit of homo in me. Why? I live in Utah, Canadians. Right there in my name. Last time you were shooting your Glock 19, it jammed. If your Glock is jamming, I don't know how often you clean your pistol. I don't clean mine very often, admittedly. I don't clean hardly any of my guns very often. But I do clean them. You may check the feed ramp from federal prison. This guy's watching from federal prison. So California, like the entire state. What is a good bolt action you would suggest? Ooh, that's a good question. Bolt actions, dude. Bolt actions are pretty straightforward. Most of them use like some kind of version of the Mauser bolt. So Springfield, Savage, Browning, Remington, anything that's made after 1930 is going to use kind of some version. Thank you, Spike. Is going to use some version of the UFC. Anyone? Yeah, UFC's cool.
On whatever you're listening to.
Hold on.
Hit play on your next adventure. Stay 3 nights this summer at Best Western.
But Savage is a good value product. If you want to go older, Remington or Springfield makes really good rifles. At least older rifles. I had a Remington Model 700. That was my favorite bolt action rifle. So a Spot 12. Dude, if you can find a good price on a Spot 12, what's going on, Blanket? Go for it, Tyler. 8mm Mauser is really cool. I don't know as much about the Springfield Saint. I know that people talk really good things about it, but I also I'm not a huge fan of the XD series. I think Springfield should stick to making just good classic rifles. Rick Grimes, these are all real. They're all real. Canadian. There's a Lee Enfield I saw for $950. It's a 1941 model Canadian Armory. Should I buy it? What's it chambered in? Can you get the ammo? They are expensive, Spike. They're very expensive. I think Colt Pythons are cool. Okay, 303 British. Because I think some of the Enfields got switched to 308 at one point. If it's still chambered in 303 British, it's cool to have as kind of a historical piece. I don't know if you're going to hunt with it. I have not, Ram, and I've shot a lot of them. I'm just opposed to SIG right now because of their stance on it. I don't like their stance of don't carry around in the chamber. That defeats the purpose of a carry handgun. It's stupid. Even the military that carries the SIG P320, their policy is you carry with a round in the chamber. So To defend yourself against the other Americans, Henderland? So, as a Canadian, what gun should I buy to defend myself against possible American invasion? Well, I mean, pretty much any gun will work on other Canadians because you know you're not gonna if America invades, you guys aren't gonna win. So I don't know. I mean, what gun can you legally own in Canada that would be most effective against other Canadians? I guess that's because they're not gonna like that we're there, and I assume you're gonna be on our side if you own guns. So. Exactly, Captain Obvious. Farron, that's cool. Do you have like a Remington 740? Glad you liked that. I'm glad that you laughed. No, unfortunately I can't. Fix the pan, yeah. I think MP5. I think the MP5 is probably the, like, if we're taking, sorry, the SP5. Let's say the SP5 because none of us are going to own an MP5. So none of us have like $85,000. I'm exaggerating, but I'm also not. So the civilian version of the MP5, the SP5, and the clones of the SP5, if they are modeled exactly after what it says, then I think that it is the standard that all 9mm carbines should be built after. That's my take on it. This character, you gotta stop. Yellow Jacket. Who? What character? Baba Yaga? Baba Yaga's not here. I can make him come here. Do it, Henderlet. Dude, 22 is always a safe first gun. It's always a great one to start with. Nomad. So I have 2 Aero Precisions, and then I have one that's a hybrid. It's got an ATI lower, so this one on the right has an ATI lower, but it's an Aero Precision upper. This is full Aero Precision, and this is full Aero Precision. Do it, Luke, but if you wait a couple months, you might not have to register it, because hopefully the whole big beautiful bill will include SBRs like it currently has suppressors. That's the goal. Overspending, Henderlad. Honestly, overspending. If you're buying your first gun, it does not need to be a freaking Knights Armament, Gucci, Operator, Ultra AR with all kinds of shit all over it. Just go buy something simple. I think that's a good idea, Canadian. Real Canadian. If you can get a chrome-lined barrel, go with a chrome-lined barrel. They tend to last a little bit longer. If you want to go with something fancy like a Ram, if you want to go with something like a carbon fiber barrel, you can go with that. They're chrome-lined still, and they're super lightweight. But you know, if you want to go with one of their barrels, I have their barrels, because that's what I could afford when I built these, like 6 years ago. So that's what I have, and they work really well. I don't have a problem with them. So you can also just go with what they have, and that should be fine. If you want to check out, there's a website called Delta Team Tactical. That's where I buy a lot of my parts. They usually have pretty good deals on Aero Precision stuff. I do like Metallica. I grew up listening to Metallica as a kid when I was in middle school. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm like if you can get a good, that's why I say good chrome line barrel FSA, because if it's not a good, yes, Turtle, it is. It's a Marlin Model 60. If you can't find a good one, you're better off just going with a nitride barrel. I do. If you go to my page, you can actually see links to things like my Rippets, my optics, Snecky, our mascot. You can buy a plush Snecky on Amazon, and I have an affiliate link for that. So I have a bunch of links to things like that on Amazon. I have affiliate links. So if any of you guys are ever interested in any of the things you see behind me, our ATF Magic 8 Ball, a lot of this stuff is for sale on Amazon, and you can go and click on my affiliate links to get it. No, welcome, bud. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I do not have any FRTs. I don't currently have triggers that cost as much as guns. All right, guys. I'm going to leave the chat for the next little bit. I'm going to let you talk amongst yourselves. I've got a couple moderators in here. That's right, Baba Booey. I've got some mods in here that are good guys. My wife isn't feeling well. She would like me to go get her some early lunch. And I have some chores to do. So I'm going to leave this up, and you guys can listen to the magical sounds of guns reloading and continue to enjoy. And I do have the goal up there. The goal, I don't set a value. I just set 50 super chats at any amount if you guys want to donate towards the Revolver Fund. That would be awesome. And if we do end up hitting $500 right now total, we're at about $100. So if we hit the full 500, then the chat gets to vote on what gun I get. So if you want to be a part of that, if you want to pick what guns I own, please feel free to contribute to that. It's your money, and this channel's for you guys, and I like doing it. So please, while you guys are chatting amongst yourselves and enjoying the ASMR sounds and the Armory wall, feel free to. Let's add a little bit of old school knife action right there. We'll put that up too. New buddy. Well, that's what mustaches do. They take control and then they leave you. They go look for the milk. No, my wife is not feeling good. She wants me to go get her some food, so I'm gonna go do that. But I'll leave it up, and I'll be back in probably an hour, and we'll go from there, guys. We'll make it an all-day stream if we need to. It'll be great. So yeah, and like I said, if we hit the 500, you guys can vote on the Revolver, and I might even just go buy it today. So wouldn't that be fun? We're gonna do food later today. I've got beef short ribs, and you guys are gonna get to see how I treat the rest of the recipe. They're dry browning right now, and it's gonna be good. So you guys have a wonderful next little hour. You take a break from me and just enjoy the sounds, but talk amongst each other. We got some great people that have a lot of knowledge. Talk with them, get to know them, get some ideas, have fun. Be nice to each. Well, don't be nice. Be kind. Nice is telling people what they want to hear. Kind is telling people the truth, but doing it in a way that is not rude. Doing it from a place of love. I learned that in psychology.
Can you save money and still get reliable phone service? With Tello Mobile, the answer is yes. In an era of overpriced everything, Tello Mobile comes with an excellent phone service that actually has the best prices. Super customizable phone plan options that start at just $5 a month and go up to only $25. And the best part, you're free to tailor your plan to fit your needs and budget. Tello Mobile, phone plans just the way you like it. Visit Tello.com to discover more.
This movie's got great reviews. You settle in with your mom to watch together on the couch. But Fantasy scene starts a real juicy part, and you see things you will never talk about. We can't help you, but we can give you Mentos. Your mom is too into this Mentos fresh and full of life.
Mentos, the fresh maker. Yes to fresh.
PatriotSoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money. Easy to learn, easy to use. Small business software tailored just for you. With PatriotSoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money. to the 4 parks of Universal Orlando Resort, featuring the new Universal Epic Universe. With spectacular hotels, we offer a week of vacation excitement. Visit universalorlando.com.
Ranger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Granger for professional grade products and next day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, I've returned, my friends. Oh. Okay. Got my wife some food, made myself some food. Oh, let's turn on a light. It's just a little. I like it, Luke. I like it. Alrighty, so we got 10 people watching. What do you guys want to talk about this morning? I'm going to eat my lunch. That's also my breakfast. We do both. Alrighty. Alright, so what are some ideas, chat?
CrowdStrike, endpoint security. CrowdStrike pioneered an adversary-focused approach to modern endpoint.
What did we? Hi, Odd. Oh, man. Sorry if I'm being gross, guys. Hey, what's going on, Arizona? You missed me taking bites of my food, Luke. That's actually what I was going to ask the chat. So the deal is, if we get to $500 in super chats and stuff, when we reach a cumulative of $500 in super chat, then the chat gets to vote on what kind of revolver. I know what kind of revolver I would like. But since the chat's the one that's essentially paying for it, I'm gonna let them pick. I mean, it's your guys' money that you're donating, so. I mean, if we go higher, it doesn't have to be like a all-in-one 500. No, you're good, Arizona. I'm sure I'm being gross and eating. I haven't eaten since last night, since you guys saw me eating ice cream. No, I mean if it goes higher than that, but like it's not a you have to donate 500. It's you can donate any amount. If people want to donate, they can donate. So here, I'll tell you where we're at. Tell you where we're at. Oh, the limit for the revolver. So like, I know that the one I want is like a $1,200 gun. But the one that other people have said. Sorry. I feel like whenever people reply to my stuff, I feel like I need to go in and be supportive of people that respond. Okay. Okay. Let's look at earn supers. Okay, so we're gonna do see all. So we're at 2, 4, 24, 26, 46, 48, 49, 69. We're at $71. That is the total amount that has been that's the total amount that's gone towards the revolver fund. Oh, sorry. That's right. So I want, no, Arizona. So I would really like to get the 357 Chiapa because then I can shoot 9, 357, and 38. Uh-oh, King, that sucks. So, later, Arizona. Hey, Bennett. Yeah. My overnight stream was doing really well. And so I just turned it off and started a new stream because it's Saturday and my family's pretty much done with chores and stuff. So we're just kind of chilling. So I thought, why not do kind of an all-day subscriber marathon, revolver fund, talk and do whatever. Excuse me. Sorry, I know I'm gross. I'm almost done. 357, 38 special lever gun. So I'm gonna put this on silent real quick. This is gonna be fun. You guys are gonna get to see me film a video. And then I'm gonna launch it. Shit, I'm gonna have to do that video over again. Hold on, guys. I gotta change something. I had to change what the camera can see. It can't see what I'm about to do, so that's why. That's why I'm... Hello, Taliskova. Yes, I can show you the AK. Here you go. It's a Norinco. Alrighty. Now that I have dispensed with that, because I do still need to put out shorts, because not everybody wants to or is able to come onto the live stream right away. So, short. Why am I covering it? Because it's holding up my sign. It's really good at holding up my sign. I'm kind of a jerk. I'm doing a new video and someone made a really, really good comment, and I really liked what they put as their comment. And so I'm using kind of what they said. Okay, let's say 12:50 p.m. So, all right. There we go, friends. There we go, friends. Skipping to the live. 31 people in the chat. Thank you. You folks are awesome. I appreciate everybody being here. King, I'm sorry to hear that you and Simba and Fool's Errand are kind of at this not so great a place. That sucks. That sucks when that happens. I kind of know what that feels like. Best choke tube? I honestly, I have one choke for that shotgun because I inherited it and it just came with one. When my father-in-law passed away, my mom, or when my stepdad passed away, my mom said, "Here, you can have this shotgun." He said you could have it. And yeah. Depending on what you're gonna shoot, like if you're using a shotgun like that for home defense, probably full choke is the way you want to go. You don't want a lot of spread because you want to hit your target. And probably don't do double out buck. Probably do like number 4 buck if you're gonna do some kind of buckshot. Number 6, maybe. Number 4 is probably the smallest I would do. Number 6 is probably as big as I would go. But I would recommend just doing like wax slugs, which is going to be a video that's coming up. That is coming up. All right, best non-AR-15. Do you mean like non-AR platform? Are we going to remove the AR platform completely? Okay. Now with that, are we removing, so we've removed the AR, are we going to remove all of the 5.56 platform as well? I just want to make sure I just want to make sure I set proper expectations, bud. Okay. $24 people watching. Yeah, 5.56 is a popular platform even when it's not in an AR. Like a FAMAS is 5.56, a bullpup, you know, the French rifle, the FAMAS, the FS2000 is 5.56, Mini 14 is 5.56. There are AKs that are 5.56. The Galil can be 5.56. I don't hunt as much as I want to in the house. What would I choose that's not an AR? Honestly, if I can stick with 5.56, I'd probably go with an AK. Or like a Galil, which is kind of cheating. It's like a cross between an AK and an AR. But if I can't choose an AK or an AR, and I can't choose 5.56, I would probably step up to... Oh, I'd probably do something in like a PS90. Something in like 5.7 by 28, or something in 9 mil that isn't an AR, something like an MP5, something along those lines. If it's just if I'm thinking like for tactical kind of end of the world situation, you like if we're talking about all around practical use and we're eliminating the AR and we're eliminating 5.56, honestly, then probably not a pistol caliber. I'd probably just bump up to 308, and I'd pick something that is 3 out. I have shot 22-250. It's kind of like 7.62 by 39 sucks right now in terms of cost in the house. Lane, 22-250 is pretty freaking awesome. I have my AR-10 is a 6.5 Creedmoor. So what I like about 22-250 is I think it's a little bit less mass, so it doesn't have quite the ballistics of 6.5 Creedmoor, but it is smoking. If you're under like 800 yards, that is a fast round. It's like stupid fast. So if you want to do like some Juan, hello. If you're gonna be doing stuff within like 700 yards hunting, or you want like easy zeroing under 700 yards, 22-250 is pretty cool, guys. Again, if you guys want to see some really cool information, and I didn't discover this on my own, somebody else showed it to me. That website, yeah, I think that's why people got really excited about 6.5 Creedmoor when it first came out, because it was not as fast as like 22-250, but it was pretty stinking fast, but it has just really good ballistic coefficient, so it has a nice flat trajectory for a really long range. But if you guys want to look up some really cool, so I actually had a Stag 10 lower, and I donated it. Oh, awesome, J-Dog. Awesome. I'm going to look forward to that video when you put it together, when you edit it all the way. I had a Stag 10 lower. I think that Stag is a pretty good company. I think it's a little overpriced. I like that their AR-10 series, their Stag 10 series. I like that they went with the original Armalite cut, the angled cut instead of the DPMS round cut. You get a little bit higher pressures. It gives you some pretty cool options. What I like even more is that if you want to get the quality of Stag arms, but you don't want to pay the price of Stag arms, you just buy Aero Precision, because Aero Precision builds all their stuff now. You can find it. Hey, Canadian, what's going on, man? Welcome back. Yeah, Chair, I'm with you. Speed kills. I think because of how light the round is, the 22-250 round, is that out past 700 yards, you lose that ballistic coefficient. It's not as it starts to tumble more. It's still moving pretty well, but it just starts dropping. Nella, I saw you earlier. I saw you earlier on the channel, and I'm sorry, I was doing some chores, so I couldn't respond, and I wasn't down here like on the live. So thank you. How are you? How are things there in Israel? You guys doing well? Winning the good fight. Fully support you guys, by the way. Lane, I use 28 Nosler. 28 Nosler is cool. So like it's denting the cartridge. Is that when it's cycling, Luke? J-Dog donated to J-Dog and his addiction to wasting money on the below average Utah dad. So that sounds like Luke. One thing I ran into with this one was I went with kind of a cheaper bolt carrier group, and when I moved to a nicer, I know it's still, like you can see, it's still just like nitrate coated, but it is a better quality bolt carrier group. I went with one that was a little more than, instead of going with like a $90 bolt carrier group, I went with like a $150 one. I can't remember where I bought it, honestly. But I think if you went to like a chrome or a nickel boron, that might help with that, because I'm guessing, because that was something I was running into, is the way that the two seated together. If it's like this, because if it's stacked, there's a good chance that it was built by Arrow anyways. Then what I notice sometimes is if you're running a full mag, what will sometimes happen is it will, as it's sliding out, that bolt carrier group as it's cycling, there's pressure that's getting put up on that bolt, and so it kind of scrapes the front of the cartridge, and then it might be scraping just a little bit of the front of the cartridge, and then when it goes to catch, it's getting stuck on that mag because it's just getting roughed up just a little bit. So a smoother bolt carrier group might help with that. It also could be that the spring in the mag, because that's typically what I found, is it's either the bolt carrier group or it's the mag itself. Is the spring is just there's a little too much tension on the spring, and so it's trying to put more pressure on your rounds. So you could run one less round in the 308, only run 19 rounds and see if that fixes it. Or try a different mag. I know that sounds goofy, but I'm trying to think of like low cost solutions before you start looking at higher cost solutions. The other thing it could be is you can look at the actual chamber where it sits, and you might have some scuffing on the inside of the chamber. It might be check to see if there's any brass that's in there, because if it's been slowly kind of fouling that, then you might just have some gunk built up on the inside of the chamber where it feeds. Man, that mosquito that bit me, it is still... Buffer spring could be it. If it's a two... one thing I did upgrade on this is I went from a round wire buffer spring to a flat wire buffer spring. It just compresses a little bit better. And it could be that it's a little bit undergassed. I for one, like, if your AR-10 feels like your AR-15, it's probably a little bit undergassed. It should hit a little bit more than an AR-15. Not a whole lot more, but it should be at least a little bit more. So if you can adjust the gas block, you may want to tune the gas block a little bit. If it's a fully built Stag, you should be able to adjust the gas block a little bit. I assume. Most of them have adjustable gas block. Mine has an adjustable gas block. Where are we at? 42 likes. Thanks, guys. Any other questions? Do we have any other people? Hey, sorry, Josh. I'm sorry I missed your thing. Welcome, bud. Real Canadian. You have until 5:30 until my right. Are you on the East Coast, Canadian? Are you on Eastern time? Well, Nella, Ben David, as someone who has been in combat zones a couple times, like I get the I want to help side of it, but also being in combat sucks. Being in combat sucks, and I'm with you. I wish that the war would end there. I wish that it would end in Ukraine with Russia. It sucks. And I know that there's a lot of people that don't want the war to be going, that are caught in the crossfire. And it sucks. Vlogs, yes. All of the guns in my video are real. Carson, what's going on, bud? Hey, Master Chief, Sierra 117. I like it, man. I like it. Welcome to the chat. Wisp, huh? Is it morning for you, Carson? I thought you were like in the Midwest. Oh no, you're in Washington. That's right. You're out in Washington area. It is not a Remington 700, unfortunately, Master Chief. It is a Remington 120. Yeah. Just woke up. Hey man, that happens. No, I think the 700 has a slightly shorter barrel. The 1200 is the one that's like the police version. That's the really short barrel. It's like the 16 or 18-inch barrel. Oh, awesome. Cool. I think you're the first person from New Zealand. I get a lot of people from the Philippines, a lot of people from Australia. But I think you're the first Kiwi that's been on, man. Welcome. J-Dog, that is because you have a mental disorder. Not a sponsor to you, called We Don't Sleep. Yeah, no, I'm aware. So I'm in the military and I was overseas. I was deployed last year and I got to work with some New Zealanders and some Aussies. Really cool guys. Really cool guys. And gals, sorry. But yeah, I am aware of several of your guys' gun laws, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that you guys are in the situation that you're in. It sucks because, like, okay, a lot of people talk about I don't have a Strig 44. Sorry. Thank you, Master Chief. Just historic gameplay. I don't have a Strig 44. The most historic gun that's ever been featured on my... Thank you for the mugshot sponsor. The most historic gun that I've shown on my channel is my younger brother has a Jungle Carbine 303 Enfield. And that's been on my channel a couple times. But we haven't shot it on the channel. That's one thing that we want to do. He and I want to get together, but that's the most historic gun on my channel. The next most historic gun is probably my AK. It's a Chinese Norinco. There's a whole story behind it. I actually did a historic review of AKs. I don't have an M1 Garand. My brother, again, he has a Mini 14, and that was on my channel once. So. I have some Austrian clones. Sorry, bud. I don't have a lot of historical guns right now. I've only been, my channel is my channel says it's been around for like 13 years, but really this channel just barely started like in January. So that's kind of when I started doing more posts and shorts. Yeah, well, so that's the other thing here on Yes, the PCC is historical. On YouTube Live, we actually can't fire or handle any weapons, so we wouldn't be able to do the ping on a live stream anyways. Blade HQ, what's your cheapest AK? I only have one AK, and it's not a cheap one. It's a rather expensive one. I got it for less than what it should have cost, but do I collect money or uniforms? I don't know what that means. Yeah, it kind of sucks, Master Chief. But it's a really nice AK. This is a Norinco. It's a Chinese Norinco. It's from the mid to late 80s. It's got kind of a cool story. I actually have a really cool video on my channel. It's a long video, but it's a really cool video about the history of AKs. It's not a fancy video. I'm not a fancy YouTuber. I do shorts and I film almost everything in my office. I don't have a lot of money to do that. Halo, okay. Halo, I'll call you Halo. But if you want to learn about the history of AKs here in the U.S., I do a video on that, specifically on Chinese AKs, because they kind of went through this whole thing. Oh, so I collect patches because I'm in the military. I collect patches, so I have a French patch up there. I have a Canadian patch up there. I've got a couple of other patches that I don't ever display because I'm not supposed to, that are from other countries. So none Halo, none of my guns go brr. I could download it and repost it. It's monetized now, and it actually has okay views. It just doesn't have tons and tons of views. But I could do that. I could really easily repost it, download it, and just repost it. Glock with switch does go brr. Yeah. Maybe. That could happen. There are some cool comm block kits that you can order. I could probably put a comm block together. I have enough tools that I think I can make it happen, depending on the condition of it. Blake, it is. It's a Remington Model 120. So your AK, yeah. If you bump fire an AK or any other firearm, then yes, it'll kind of go burr. It'll go. Okay, so my favorite gun that I own right now, all right, is my AK. Just because it's got a cool history, it's fun to shoot, and I put a lot of work into getting it to the condition that it's in. Because it was really rough. It was rough when I first got it. And then after that, my favorite gun that I would like to own is a full auto P90. That's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But I hopefully one day. Yeah, what it was is GE. So have you guys ever watched the history on the A10? GE approached the Air Force and said, "Hey, we've got a really cool gun that is going to be a really great anti-tank gun. Do you think you could fit it on like the F-15 or the F-16?" and the Air Force went, "No, but we can build an airplane around it." Johnny B. I did not get it at an AK pawn shop. Or I did not get the AK at a pawn shop. There's a gun shop here in Utah that's down south, just south of Salt Lake, called Dave's Shootin' Sport, I think. Doug's Shootin' Sport or Dave's Shootin' Sport. And they happen to have it. I was calling around. It was around Christmas time. Nobody had like a good AK at a good price. They had a couple of like the cast AKs, a couple of forged AKs, but they were like lower quality AKs. And I was fine with that. They were just a little overpriced. And I was able to find this one for a really good price that is a Chinese Norinco, which really piqued my interest because I've done a lot of research on what it is. What's the quickest reload of your AK? I don't train with my AK like that, guys. Oh, I'm sorry, Blake. I didn't mean to ignore you. So I saw your question. I was just answering and joking with everybody. This is a 22. It's a Marlin Model 60. The AR-10 with the scope is chambered in 6.53 Creedmoor, and then I also have a scope down here on this AR, and it's just a regular 5.56. If I could afford an MG34 or an MG42, I would love to own one. I think they're great historical firearms. One day, maybe. One day I could get something like that. It would be really cool. I would love to own, like, even if it was just semi-auto, a Ma Deuce. Just it would be fun to have one of those. It would be expensive, but it would be fun. I'd rather have a full auto one, but I don't know that how easily you could acquire. Which U.S. historical firearm is your favorite? Honestly, it's the Browning High Point. Or, sorry, not the Browning High Point, the Ma Deuce. I was thinking pistol. The Ma Deuce, the reason is because I'm related to Jonathan Moses Browning. And he, obviously, he's done a lot for modern firearms and kind of like what Glock has done for modern firearms. I would say Browning did for 20th century. 21st century firearms, Glock. Browning, 20th century firearms. Colt, revolvers and pistols, and just the manufacture and the quick machining of firearms. So I would say those three dudes, and then you have Kalashnikov and you have Stoner, all of which contributed a specific thing. But I think Colt, Browning, and Glock, their contributions are very unique to the firearms industry. So the Ma Deuce, the reason I consider it is because there have been so many platforms that have been built based upon the 50 caliber BMG round, and the fact that we still use the 50 BMG, the Ma Deuce, the M2, or some variation of it on so many different platforms. It's just a testament to how effective and how good that round is. And really, if you consider what it does and what it's capable of, yes, it's expensive for a regular civilian, but it's just an amazingly functional and versatile round, from anti-personnel to anti-aircraft, anti-material. It just does so much. Anti-mine. What's my favorite home defense weapon? So, I have an AR. I have a couple, all these ARs. Technically, all of these are home defense weapons, but I have a pistol. I have a shotgun. I think it just depends on the situation. Probably the most effective, in my opinion, for me. Hey, Sus. Hey, Lane. Welcome back. The most effective home defense weapon that you can have is the one that you practice with and that you're proficient with. That is the best home defense weapon. Not the one with the coolest accessories, not the one with the highest capacity, not the one with the biggest caliber. It's the one that you go out and you shoot a lot. And you are effective with it. That is the most important thing that you can do. I would rather someone spend less on a gun and less on accessories and more on ammo a BAR. That's awesome, Luke. And that's my personal take. Now, if you have that firearm For me, that firearm is probably my AR-15. I am the most proficient with the AR-15. I've shot it longer than I've shot it more in the last 20 years. The AR, the M4, M16, because of the military and because of just my choice in firearms. I've shot it more in the last 20 years than any other gun that I own, and so that is what I am most proficient with. It's like my dad. My dad, his favorite home defense, he has an AR, but he carries an M9. He was a pilot in the Air Force, and he shot the M9 more than any other firearm. Reyes, I think that it's a way around the NFA, and so I'm all for it. I used to be like, oh, things that are full auto or that are simulating full auto, like they should be illegal because the NFA says that they should be illegal or registered. I'm done with that. I say screw the ATF. I think that if you can find a way to get around the ATF and not have to deal with the ATF and the NFA, freaking do it. Do it. Later, Halo. Oh, I would definitely use something that will neutralize your enemy, Halo. Complete neutralization. The Wold T91. Ooh, you've got me peaked, Baba Booey. My interest is... Oh, the Wolf. Okay. Short stroke. Okay. Looks like they got a sick bolt carrier group. I like their piston, their easy clean piston on that upper. Authentic T91 charging handle. Everybody's going to replace that. It looks like a piece of shit regular charging handle. Muzzle brake style may vary. Everybody's going to get an A1 or an A2 birdcage. It looks solid, dude. Baba Booey. Yeah, looks solid. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with like only one. Somebody said something about only one specific FRT brand is legal right now. I have seen the new Kuna. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's trying to be something in between like a Scorpion and a Strybog. Blake, I do not. That's actually one of... All right, Johnny B, I'll go check it out. Sorry. Blake, I don't own a revolver. That's actually one of the things that the chat and I and the channel, that's what we're doing. With the supers and everything, we are currently working on getting the funding. So the way that I do things is like I have the guns that I buy with my money, but any of the money that you guys donate from supers and from memberships and stickers and everything like that, if we hit a goal, I will let you guys pick the gun because you guys donated it. So yeah. Does Diamondback, Reyes, is Diamondback, is it DPMS cut or is it Armalite cut? Is it angled or has it got the round, kind of the half round? Okay, I'm going to go listen to Johnny's song real quick, guys. Dude, I love it. Everybody go check out Johnny B's thing. Okay, so it's Armalite cut. That is going to limit your... Thank you, Blake. Yeah, I think lots of recommendations on revolvers. I appreciate it because you guys are going to vote on it. Once we hit the $500, yeah, I was just on Atlantic checking it out. Alvin, what's going on, man? I think Ezra's about to walk in.
Hello.
Oh, no, it's me. Where are you going into Riley's room?
I want to show you something.
Is she here?
Oh.
She's, okay.
I thought that she was here.
No, she's not here. Chief, what's going on? I did survive the drive. Man. You said it's a Diamondback? Is it a DB15 by chance? Reyes? Okay, that's what I was just checking. Yeah, by the way, Chief, this is from, if you guys have never heard of him, there's a comedian named Kayvon. This is his shirt. I got to see him live. I've seen him live a couple times. I'm going to go see him in August again when he's back here in Utah. And I got to meet with him and chill with him and the channel Conservative Vibes. I got to chill with both of them backstage as a creator, and it was pretty cool. They're both really cool, really funny guys. And I look forward to meeting and doing more with them in the future. So go check out their stuff. I actually have some stuff of theirs that I need to give away, and I still haven't because I have ADHD. And later, Blake. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll have to tell Johnny B that I listened to his song too. GunTuber from Indonesia. Ooh, I'm gonna check that out, man. I'm gonna check out your channel. Dude! Alvin! You've got it going on. 131,000 subscribers. Welcome to the channel. I feel honored that you are here, man. That's so cool. I'm sorry I missed your message earlier. Dude, thank you. Thanks for visiting the channel. Everybody go check out Alvin Prasetyo. He's got a cool channel. He's got some cool music on his channel. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Bro Bars. Thanks, Bro Bars. Okay. Reyes, go check out Delta Team Tactical. If you guys are looking at do a drift, I do not have a Canic. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have Glock clones, and I have ARs, and I've got an AK, but I don't have a Canic. One day I'll have a Canic, I'm sure. Wait. You don't trade either of those for it, Baba Booey. You don't trade either of those for it. You just buy less beer. You buy less beer throughout the month for like 2 months, and then you just buy the upper. It's one thing if you trade like I had a Taurus, and I traded a Taurus towards my... Yeah, I can do that. I can close it on my AK. I traded a Taurus towards my AK because I already had 3 Glock clones. There you go, Drift. Chinese Noriko. It is a Type 56 AK-47. Well, AKM. Country folk outdoors. Dude, I'm gonna definitely be making a I need to make a video with Johnny B's song. Really? They freaking... YouTube at it again, blocking my videos. My other video just went live and they said no. Adrift. So I think oh, hey Halo, how's it going? Did Phil Robertson pass away? Harrison? I'll have to check the news. I've been on here like all day. I did not know that, Baba Booey. Congratulations. I only drink occasionally with my wife, like socially. Not a big drinker, but I do sometimes drink. It's 7 a.m. for you. For me, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 1300. And I've been going at this since like 9. So, Harrison. Yeah, I didn't know if I'll have to look at that. I didn't realize that Phil Robertson had passed away. Find a local place that does raffles. Yeah, I like that. Oh, what was I going to say? Adrift, AK versus AR. So here in the U.S., I would say that the argument of AK versus AR will probably always go to AR. One, not because it can handle the kind of the torture that an AK can. An AK can handle any torture. If you've got a 5.56 AK, that would be that I would maybe argue that that would be better under certain circumstances. But just the the abundance of parts, the abundance of accessories, the ease of repair and finding things in Europe, I would say that argument leans more towards AKs. I think AKs are much more prevalent and much easier to find. Parts, repairs, ammo, things like that. But they're both very good platforms, very effective at what they do. So, man, I feel bad. Like that one dude who has who's the cool gun tuber from Indonesia. I totally blew him off. I feel bad. Later, Halo. Go take a nap. I like it. Yeah, I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, that sucks. I think the Robertson family is pretty. I think they're a pretty cool traditional family. Adrift. I don't have a 1911. I don't have a lot of guns. That's why we're doing actually a fund right now. We're doing a revolver fund because I am. I bought the parts individually, so the parts all individually, depending on which AR it is, they ranged anywhere from about $400 to $1,000 to put those ARs together. So it just depends on what you're gonna do and where you're gonna get your parts. So that's how I did it. None of mine I bought at the store already built. I built them. I put them together. I bought the parts. No, I know they're cheap. I'm just Ayan, the best gun for self-defense is the one that you can afford to shoot a lot and become very proficient. I know that's not always the answer. Well, yeah, how much is the Canic in the USA? It depends on which model you go with. And in a lot of different places they do sales and things. So off the top of my head, I can't think of how much it is. Probably between like 500 and 800 depending on the model for the Canic. What is my favorite suppressor? I actually don't own any suppressors. Alan, I would love to. What I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to get into printing suppressors because here in Utah you can build your own suppressors. But I'm going to wait until the big beautiful bill passes and hopefully, if everything goes the way that everyone is hoping and expecting. Thank you, Adrift. Where are you from? Where are you hailing us from? It's not bad. So Chris, the reason I say assembled is because I had someone recently very, very clearly talk about the big difference between building and assembling. And I try to make sure that I make that distinction and use my words very, very carefully. The S80. Give me a second. That sounds familiar. I'm gonna use the magic of Google. No, S80 Fire. I assume you're not talking about. Oh, that's the British one. Yeah, that's the name of the bullpup. I was trying to remember it from last night. I was talking about bullpup rifles. It's used in the British military. I wouldn't say it's used in most because the Brits also use like the HK416, and France also uses the. I can, Aeon. Yeah, the Royal Marines use it. They also use the HK416. They also use a couple of 308 and 300 Winchester NATO rounds. Okay, so this is my AK-47, guys. It's a Type 56
rebuilt Type 56. It was originally an NHM 90, Mac 90. It was kind of both. There's a whole history of it. It's pretty cool. But it's a pretty cool AK-47. This is my Dagger Micro. It is a clone of a Glock 43X. This is my full frame dagger. It is a clone of a Glock 17. Right here we have a Marlin Model 60 chambered in .22 long rifle with a tube magazine. This is an Aero Precision AR-10 chambered in 6.5 Creedmoor. This is a Remington Model 120 pump action 12 gauge shotgun. This is an Aero Precision EPC-9. It uses Glock magazines. It's chambered at 9mm. It has an 8.5-inch barrel. And this is my hybrid AR. It is an ATI Anderson machine tool. Lower, but it is an Aero Precision upper with a head down key mod handguard. It's an older handguard. I might need to replace the handguard on that. But I'm also cheap, so I might not. So yeah. And then I have a Glock 19 clone. And I have a couple more shotguns. And a couple other hunting rifles. They just aren't here at this house. They're at my mom's farm up in Idaho. Thank you, Aeon. I hope I'm saying your name right. I think G3s are cool. I think they're pretty cool classic firearm. I like the G3. It kind of falls in that same category, you know, the FN FAL and the SETME. Like it's kind of got that piston driven. I think the G36 is cool too. Chris, you should definitely do it. You can go to, I've posted this channel before, or this website before. That website is a great resource. Is a great resource if you're first getting into building. They have low cost, pretty straightforward stuff. They always have deals. So. What's going on with India? India and Pakistan they're having a little bit of a tussle. They've always been kind of rather hostile towards each other, and now they're trading blows. Luckily, I think it's calmed down a little bit. What's scary about India and Pakistan is that they're both nuclear powers, and they're very openly distasteful of each other. I'm trying to be very cautious of how I talk about it, because there's arguments to be made on both sides of that conflict. So Marshy, hey bud, what's going on? I mean, you can say Trump is a joke, but he's at least making the decisions on his own. The previous president, they've now very openly and through investigations, there have been multiple investigations going on, that it is now very well known that President Biden wasn't actually in charge of anything. We now know that. So Ayan,
as a staunch constitutional conservative, which in politics doesn't mean a whole lot, unless you're from here in the U.S. I'm never satisfied with the U.S. government because I don't believe that the U.S. government that it should be providing anything other than security for our nation. So anything beyond security for the nation starts to, I feel, go outside the boundaries of what the Constitution originally stated. So that's me. That's just me as a citizen, as just little old me. It's right up there, Chris. It's right up here at the top. DeltaTeamTactical.com. Sorry, Marshy. I missed it. Yes, I've read that there is some talk about making Alcatraz. So nope, that's definitely it. Ion, yes. Yes, I have. I've served in the Air Force. So I have a little bit different perspective on things. I've worked with allies from. I've worked with allies from. I was a sergeant. I'm a sergeant. I've worked with allies from the Middle East, from Pakistan, from Jordan, from Turkey, from Qatar. What are some other countries that I've worked with? The Iraqis. I've worked with the Iraqis, but I've also worked with the Indians and the Australians, the Taiwanese, South Koreans, not North Koreans, Carson. Canadians, Brits, the Netherlands, Belgium. I've worked with a lot of those nations. I've done lots of. I got you, Carson. I knew what you were saying. I've worked with a lot of nations, and so I understand. No, I've not worked with Russians before, and I've not worked with Ukrainians before. The French, the Italians. In fact, I have a French patch on my wall right there. That you see the one with the. You might not be able to tell very well, but it's a rooster with boxing gloves. That's my French coalition partner patch, my French Air Force patch. So every nation kind of has their own goals. Palau, actually, Carson. I've been to the country of Palau, and I loved Palau. It's probably my favorite place that I've been to outside of the U.S. It's just really pretty there. It's in the Pacific, the South China Sea. It's really pretty. So every nation has their goals, and every nation they want specific types of security, and I think every nation in general wants, for the most part, I think they want their version of what they believe peace is. I think the problems that arise geopolitically is that not everyone agrees on what peace is. When there's indentured servitude, when there's slavery, when there's oppression of rights, whether it's culturally historical or not, I think that's where things get a little bit iffy. When you've got, are Americans right to tell other countries that they shouldn't treat their women or their young men a certain way versus another? No, Ion, I do not. I do not believe that the U.S. government did that. Far from it. But you know, that's every nation's kind of got their own thing. It's very small, Carson. It's very small. It's like, I think it's like Rhode Island size. It's tiny. It's tiny. It's smaller than I think Oahu. The whole island chain is not, but like Koror and the bigger city proper, it's tiny. So I think all nations, I think all the people in different nations, I think that they deserve the right to live. But I also think that we all need to learn how to live with one another. And if you have a very distinct hatred of another country and it's based in anything other than they are trying to eradicate you off the planet, if it's based in religion, if it's based in a cultural norm, if it's based in the color of their skin, I think that's stupid. And I don't necessarily say that that country is in the right. So I base it that way because a lot of the wars that are currently going on, they're based in religious and cultural differences. Later, Luke. Chris, go ahead. Tell your story about Palau. Waiting for, well, Chris is going to type it. So, and I think we're just about ready. I think I'm going to take a break from the live, or what I'll do is I'll set up the. I might turn on just the ASMR sounds and take a break and step away for a little bit. Leave our goal up and see if anybody wants to. Hey, Brazil! Stero. What's going on, bud? Welcome from Brazil. Oh, the goal ended. Start another one. There we go. Adrift. Israel flag. Yes. Oh, really? That's cool, Chris. That's cool. Yeah. Palau is tiny. Hey, Erdal. How's it going? Brandon Burke is back. So we just started another goal because the other one expired. So the goal is, for everybody who's unfamiliar with the channel, Mancoba, hi. How's it going, man? Or woman? I don't know if that's a man name or a girl name. Sorry. No, Jelly Bean has not been in the chat today. Breaklight Ben, what's going on? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the Below Average Utah Dad and his gun channel. I was gonna do like some ASMR stuff, but we didn't end up doing it. I'm trying to position my camera so that I can see more, so that I can be in the screen, but also my guns and the sign can be in the screen. I'm trying to make it look gooder. That's pretty good. Bullseye account. Well, I just play my gun sounds. That's all. So, yeah. So on this channel, one of the things, there he is, Bullseye Ben. Everybody go check out Bullseye Ben. He's got a really cool gun channel like I do. He shoots a lot more, and he does have a World War II machine gun that's full auto. He has a PPSH 42, right? You're good, Brandon. Whatever you want to do, man. So, PPS 43. There we go. So, oh man, we went from like, we had like 50 people on here like 15 minutes ago, and now we're down to 6. I must have scared everybody away. Somebody asked about politics, and everybody left. But, yeah. Yeah, it's all your fault, Ben. It's all your fault. Go tell your wife you were bad and you need to get a spanking. No, so like here what we're doing is I don't have a revolver. Everybody wants me to do some revolver content. Even if it's just goofy stuff. Most of the people that are subscribed to my channel that watch my shorts, like they know I do a lot of goofy stuff. My live streams are a little bit more serious. We talk about more serious content, subject matter, and dude, if the chat votes for whatever revolver you have, then we're in. But like I said, that's what we do. So for the guns that I want, I use my money. For the guns that are donated by the super chat and memberships and super stickers and things like that, I let the chat vote. Rock your socks off. Oh, Brandon Burke. Cool. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. So I set up the goal. 50 super chats. The ultimate goal is to hit 500. If we hit 500 super chats, when we get our first $500 in super chats, Randy, I do. I'll show it to you in just a second. Piano playing and cigarette reviews. That's cool. I'm not a cigarette guy, but I like piano. Yeah, so when we hit $500 in super chats, then I will put up a poll, and we'll say we'll figure out what the most desired revolver is from the chat. We'll do a live stream. We'll figure out what the most desired revolver is from the chat, and then we'll do a poll of we'll get like four revolvers, and then yes, Randy, the 12 gauge is. And then you guys can vote, and then I will buy that revolver. And I'll make sure that we do it like on. We'll do it in a way that I'll try to share as much of that process as possible. 686 and 357. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be something ridiculous. I've heard 500 Smith and Wesson, 444, 460. Like Lane or Randy, yes.
Yeah. So I have that AR-15. I have this AR 9mm pistol caliber carbine, and I have an AR-10 chambered in 6.5 Creedmoor. Right there. Oh, that's cool. Socks. Brandon. Lane is back as well.
So, yeah, so since I don't have a revolver, and it sounds like Bullseye Ben also doesn't have a revolver, looks like we're kind of both in the same boat. We want a revolver, but there's other guns that we want. So, you guys also want me to have a revolver. My AK, Lane. My AK. Cody, I use my 6.5 for long range. I don't hunt with it. I don't do much hunting anymore. Utah hunting is kind of a pain in the ass to get like tags and everything. It's just not very fun. So to figure out how to do it.
Dad,
Yeah?
I need a block for my nail drill. Because
You need
that's
a
where I lost
block?
mine, remember?
That's right. I remember.
But I need one that can fit for a cord where the end is like this.
Where it's like that.
Yeah.
You need a micro US or you need a USB-C block.
Yeah. If that's what it's called.
It is called a USB-C block.
Okay.
My backpack is upstairs in Mom and Dad's bedroom. Why don't you go check the pockets of my backpack?
Okay.
This is Riley's. That should be in here. So. Oh. I think you should get the 338 Federal. Do you have AR-10? Do you have full builds, Ben? Cody, my biggest caliber is my shotgun and then my 6.5 Creedmoor. Nick, hello. I'm assuming you're from Germany. I'm gonna use my powers of deduction there. So, you just have the uppers. Cool. Hey, Reaper, what's going on, man? Welcome back. Oh, what was I saying? I can't remember. Dude, it's on. I have an AR-9 from Aero Precision. I would love to get a roller delayed a roller delayed 9mm. Whether it's an MP5 or a Strybog. MP5 I think is the gold standard. Just over 1,100 yards, Lane. Hey, Dangerous, what's going on, buddy? Jade, my AR-15 right here is an Anderson lower. It's an ATI. The upper is an Aero Precision. These two are both Aero Precision, but my AR-15 is an Anderson lower. I've had it for 15 years. It's great. Was it in my backpack?
Yeah.
Here, will you throw this away for me?
Yeah.
And sis, will you go put more ice and water in that for me?
Yes.
Thank you. I love you.
I love you.
That's so kind of you to do that. I will be right back, guys. I need to go to the bathroom. Dude, I really like Aero Precision. Aero, for those of you that don't know, we were talking about this earlier. Aero Precision builds stuff for Stag and a couple of other companies. They make, like their facility builds it. Jade, right now my favorite firearm that I own is my AK. Lane, you have a Glock with a switch? Be careful, dude. Switches are illegal. All right. Yes, it is. It's a Chinese Norinco. It's a Type 56. I have a Glock with a switch. No one snitch. Well, I mean, I work for the government. I'm not going to snitch on you, but there's a good chance that the government like monitors everything. I like full disclosure, like full on, from government computers, from this computer, from everything. Once a month, I
use the Google search term, go F yourself, NSA, FBI, CIA, ATF, DHS. I do all of it, just so you guys know. Like, full on. So, there is every possibility that everything I do is monitored. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh. Sorry, my other daughter's calling me. Hold on.
Hey, Jack, is this up?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Okay.
My mom said he saw it reading that when I was talking to you, so it threw me off.
What?
Never mind.
Is mom there or something?
No, I was saying she texted me when you started answering the phone, so I was distracted by that.
Oh.
I answered.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't care, Lane. All right. I love you. I'll come get you in just a second. All right, guys. I'm going to turn on some ASMR sound, and I'm going to go do some dad stuff. It's been a great chat. I will come back in a little while. Please continue to watch, talk amongst yourselves. Who was it that asked? Jade, yes, it's a Marlin Model 60, 22 long rifle. I love it, Cody. That's a sick build. If you guys would do me a favor, please, if you're here in the chat, hit the like button. Stay, chat amongst yourselves, talk about builds. I'll be back probably in about an hour. Maybe a little bit longer, but that's okay. And then, like I said, we have the goal. We have our goal of trying to fund a revolver. If you guys want the opportunity to vote on what kind of guns I buy, contribute. Help contribute to the revolver fund. That's what's going to happen when we hit the $500. I know that we can go over that because there are revolvers that cost way more than that. But once we do hit $500, I know that we will then have enough to at least buy. There are some revolvers that are out there, and then I'll tell Bullseye Ben, and then we'll get matching revolvers, and then we'll have to figure out a way to do some kind of collaboration video where we do something with our matching revolvers. So that would be fun. I personally, if you want to know what I want, I'll share that with you guys. Some of you know I want a Chiappa Rhino in 357 Magnum, because then I can shoot 38 Special, 38 Super, 357 Magnum, and 9mm. Plus, it has a really low bore axis. It shoots really well, shoots really straight. Or I want a 44 mag because that's what I grew up shooting as a kid. I grew up in Alaska, so that's why. Anyways, I'm gonna go do dad stuff. You guys continue to chat. Continue to stay here. Always carry every day. Always carry the round in the chamber. Go watch some of my videos. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, guys. I do this for you guys. Sexy gun reloading sounds, because that's how we roll. Dude, I live for my kids. You know, people have said, would you die for your kids? Obviously, that's a stupid question. Any good parent would. But are you willing to live for your kids? Are you willing to take someone's life for your kids? You'd be surprised how many people say no to that. I don't. I'll do that for other people's kids. Yeah, I am a firm believer in protecting children. It hits too close to home. Children that are taken advantage of and horrible things happen to them. So, part of one of the reasons why I'm the below average Utah dad, because that's a not very woke thing to say. Sorry, woke people.
I'm back. All right. Now it looks like the stream has pretty much died. So we're going to kill the stream. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We're going to call it. Appreciate everybody. We're going to go.